Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the morning version of Quack. We are here doing the things, getting the things done, getting them done. Huh. Alrighty. All right. Now I gotta figure out what I'm doing today. I haven't decided. Hey, Kat. How you doing? Hey, Brent. Everybody's up and running this morning. Except me, I have way too much blood in my coffee stream. I'm just saying. I could stand to have a lot less blood in my coffee stream. So you've been up and at 'em for a whole hour already, huh? That's fine. That's cool. That's cool. Right. So you've been up and at 'em for 2 hours. Yeah, me too. That was weird. Right? Exactly. Miso man. She'll stand on you. Right? I'm almost dead right now. You have to feed me. I'm almost dead. I'm totally dying right now. Dying right now. Oh God. It's horrible. All right. All right, out in the field here. Does this scene and this scene are both interplaying with one another? Right? George has recently started doing that too. That's so weird. He stands on top of me, and first of all, he has to make biscuits. He really likes the blanket that I use because it's kind of a fake sheepskin sort of, or fake sheep fur. You know, it's that blanket that's got kind of the, I don't know, looks like Berber carpet almost. And he gets on there and he just, I've got to make biscuits. Go watch a video about beekeeping. You do that. And he's like, I got to make biscuits. So he makes biscuits for a while, and that's funny. And then he starts like really purring, and then he starts getting closer to my face and closer to my face, and then he starts licking my nose, and it's so weird. And I'm like, you are a really weird animal. So Brent, I don't know if you right? Are you dead? Are you dead? Feed me. If you're not dead, there's no excuse for you to not feed me. If you are dead, that's just an excuse to be slightly late. What post? Oh, that's funny. Somebody was posting, I guess Pasadena, California is getting, they're getting Model Y, Tesla Model Ys for their police cruisers. And as I anticipated, in the article's comments section are a whole bunch of people going, ha ha ha, now Pasadena will have rampant crime because the police cruisers won't work. Ha ha ha. And they think they're funny. And I'm like, okay, but actually, I can't believe that there are people who still believe this. We've gone from like Teslas being an oddity to being like out of every 10 cars out there. And EVs in general are everywhere. I'm like, I can't believe you guys actually just believe that it's still some kind of weird conspiracy. Truth of the matter is, I believe that we will be all driving electric within the next 20 years because electric cars have fewer points of failure. A gas car has a lot of points of failure. So, no matter what, just piece by piece, we will be seeing fewer mechanical calls to an electric car. Yeah, well, I mean, and it's a thing. It's kind of like my buddy. I've got a buddy who drives his 1926 Model T truck around. It's totally fine. There's nothing wrong with him driving his 1926 Model T truck around. He was out 2 days ago driving around with it and stuff. But I wouldn't say that everybody needs a Model T because they can only really max out at about 40 miles an hour. So that's it, and you're wound up. And not only that, I mean, legitimately, you need to do a completely different driving task to drive a Model T. So, it's all cool. There will still be gas cars around. There will be needs for these gas cars. They'll just be rare. It'll be like I feel like it'll be much more like a service pickup, right? Like we have those really big pickups, the F350s, and stuff like that. Does everybody need an F350? No, just the people who go to construction sites and and stuff like that. They'll need that F350. So there will be gas cars for those people who just need gas cars. The thing that I'm seeing though is that with fewer points of failure on electric vehicles, so much cheaper to take care of. And that's a thing. It doesn't, we've had one since 2015. We've never changed the oil. We've never changed the water. We've never changed any fluid in the vehicle, and we will never have to. There's no fluids to change in the vehicle. We've had to change the tires, but that's about it. And everybody keeps doing the, oh no, stuff. And I'm like, it's even got the smallest battery because it's a 2015. And it's still fine. It's fine. We have to sometimes rearrange our schedule a little to make sure that we cover it. But that's because it's a 2015 and it only has 80 miles of battery range. Any new EV is at 300 miles of range. As long as you charge it up every 3 days or so. Yeah. And that's exactly what I'm thinking is, I mean, there are all kinds of things that it's so funny. Everybody sits there and talks about, it takes 20 minutes to charge these things. And I'm like, that's definitely somebody who's never driven one. Because the real truth is you come home at night and you plug the thing in and you go to bed. And then the next morning you get up and it's fully charged. You drive all day and you come home at night and plug it in. So the truth is the amount of time you spend charging is actually just seconds because you have to open the little door and plug the thing in every night. But that's it. It only requires a 20-minute charging at a charging station if you screw up and don't charge it for like 4 days. But if it's, I mean, Maya's forgotten for days on end, and it's gone for many days. You know, back when we had the earlier one, which was 300 miles, this one's only 80 miles because we bought it outright and we own it. It's ours. And that's a big difference. Because leasing sucks. So, anyway, the guy threw a Forbes article at me and said, the Forbes article's like, having an EV will be much more expensive to maintain. And you go into there and it talks about how Tesla is a new company and the supply chain is difficult to get parts for, and therefore there's a black market for supply parts. And I'm like, that's like saying gas cars are so expensive to maintain. Look at this Lamborghini. It's like, guys, you can't, it's obvious that they're stacking the deck. That's so funny. Anyway, the only reason that I was bringing this up was I posted that stacking the deck, and apparently that's offensive to Facebook because it canceled the post and said, you can't use hate speech. I'm like, okay. Yeah, that's, well, and Elon Musk had made a good point early on, and I hate attributing anything to Elon Musk, but Elon Musk had said at one point in time that, every 20 minutes or every 300 miles is about 4.5 hours of driving nonstop. And if you are driving 4.5 miles or 4.5 hours, you should stop every 4.5 hours and eat something and go to the bathroom. So 20-minute stops every 4.5 hours actually isn't bad. It's actually kind of good for you. That's the problem. The other thing is that electrics just act differently. I saw somebody say, I was climbing up the hill and going up the mountains and noticed that my range was diminished. Like, and what happened when you went down the other side? Because that was something that actually happened to me with my wife's car. I drove all the way to Lookout Mountain. I had like 5 minutes of electricity left when I got to the top of the mountain. I came home and I had 70% of my battery back because it just regenerated it back into it. All in all, the drive to the mountains took, 20% of my charge total, because it took a lot to get up the mountain, and when you got to the top of the mountain, the gas tank was almost empty, but then you came down the mountain and it refilled the gas tank. And that's where I'm like, people just don't seem to, it's a different way of driving. Okay, what's the weather look like today? I don't see. Yeah, it'll take time. That's all. I get so frustrated with people. Because all of those people who are naysaying it scare off people who want to get an electric. I don't see. Okay, are we still seeing hail here today? Because it's just overcast and ugly now. You guys familiar with the Streisand effect? There was an incident where, like, Barbara Streisand put her house up for sale, and then some, like Zillow or whatever, put it up on their site, and she demanded that they take it down, and they got into a legal fight about it because she didn't want anybody to find out where she lived. And then what it caused was everybody to Google her house through Zillow or whatever, and so everybody knew where she lived. The Streisand effect. I find that fascinating. So the effect is that you demand that something happens, positive or negative, and by demanding it causes that thing to happen, whatever it is. So it's a fascinating thing. Okay. So we were here when all the hail started hitting poor Kane's house. Alrighty. This is the thing I hate. Like, I'm heading some way with this scene, and I don't like the way I've gotten in here. Into this scene. I've walked into this scene one direction, and I can't seem to walk my way out of it. And it drives me crazy. Because now I'm like, this isn't feeling right. And so I'm trying to figure out how to get out of this scene. I don't know. So maybe I just need to talk it out. Sometimes I just need to talk these things out. Hey, Hone. Long time no see, my friend. What's up on your side of the planet? We've kind of like gotten it's gray and dismal outside. It's so gray and dismal. All right, let's talk this through. Part of the reason why we have this is I'm not sure if I know what my goal is here. I've got 4 pages to work with. Oh, ooh. Do you have to get paperwork done? Is there a lot you have to do? I feel like driving to Bangkok would be unpleasant. Oh, that's fair. At least at least some of it is because of something fun and good, you know? So, if it was, just paperwork. Anytime anybody heads to the Capitol, it's like likely it's because you've got paperwork to do. It's always paperwork. Right? Right? That's what I was saying. Anytime you got to go to Bangkok by car, it just sounds like, ugh, that's rough. I don't envy you. All right, let's talk this out. What is the goal of this scene? I think. Let me add a layer up here. We're going to write in a different color just for a minute here, just so that I can think things out. Because then I can kill this layer once we're done. But if I'm thinking about this for here, I want the last words to be what? What are we headed for here? We've got everybody in medical. The goal of this scene is... it's right here. This is part of the reason why. Oh, I'm working on issue 2 of the comic. And I'm stuck on a scene. Yeah, but you got a whole bunch of people in a car. Guess if you were on a motorcycle, it'd be easier because you can just weave through traffic. But in a car, it takes forever. That's true. That's true. Yep. You're not driving. Okay, I just got to think this out. Originally, this scene was trying to convince Alex to take the translator. Right. Wow. Good job. Okay. So let's talk about a technique called in media res. And this is a technique used by writers all the time. In media res is Latin, and what it means is in the middle of the scene. So we're going to enter into this story in media res. Right? Something's already happening. This feels a little bit better for me because Mayrel enters with Alex looking at Navin. And then Navin says, yeah, it's great. Cut to a drink of water. There we go. Get back to work, Kone. Get back to work. It's good to see you, my friend. Have a good day. All right. So I think one of the reasons I didn't like this as much is that I felt like we just cold started the scene, which and in fact, now that I've done this, I kind of feel like this should be like the panel should be, with medical, which is just going to have to be the cross with the snakes because it would be written in Tamarbeshi, so you'd never actually know that it's medical. There. That's to remind me that I'm supposed to do that. So what we're looking for here okay, there we go. That helps a little bit. Makes us feel a little bit better. But again, I still don't feel like I know what I'm doing to get out of the scene. We know how to get into the scene. We just don't know how to get out of it. Now, one of the other things that I have noticed in my time, I mean, I know one of the goals that we want in this scene is to introduce Alex. She's a real character. She's a real person. Get all of the characters to say hi to one another. Make sure everybody says hi to everybody. All the things. Okay, that's great. And the other goal is we have to find out she's a drifter, or at least we have to think that she's a drifter. That's one of the goals, is that Alex is a drifter. And for my writing style, I like to hit every scene and exit out of the scene with sort of a dun dun dun, sort of moment. Not necessarily that dramatic, but, as Kat and I have talked about before, in a pseudo conflict, in a conflict that doesn't use necessarily the word conflict, but as in, I want them to leave the scene with you going, that's part of this story then. Here's another question I have, so that each scene sort of builds a number of questions that ultimately will get resolved. So in the very beginning of the story, I start building questions till I hit sort of the midpoint, and then from the midpoint down, we start answering those questions and start, solidifying it. And sometimes the questions aren't big questions. It's not like it's a massively huge question. But each scene must be giving the reader one more bit of information that they can use to assemble the story at the end. And so that's what I'm kind of thinking here is, we know what bits of information we want in here. We want to explain she's a drifter and who she is. And I think part of it might be this part here. She's having problems remembering things. And that's, I think, part of the problem right here. So let's talk this the other direction. What was happening with Navin? So Navin they just put in a translator. And now we've got a fuzzy bud. Hi. Well, good, because I need to think this scene out, so you might as well come up here and get scritches while I think the scene out. Might as well. You're a fuzzy bud. So, okay, let's think this through. He's like, this is my favorite part of the day. This is my favorite part of the day. So, what was happening in the scene? We had just convinced her via Navin to get the translator in her ear. So, okay, we can go in the other direction now. Thanks. And that was it. That was our visit from George. I got it. This is so weird. There we go. It's like a bad dub. All right. So I guess Captain Chang would then say, "Yeah, here you are. You're aboard the Kitty Wake. Would she have already said that though? There we go. Your mouths aren't lining up. It's like a dubbed movie, except in real life. She's kind of tripped out about the translator. There we go. You know what? We don't need to say this. I can just say, Alex, this is to legend. Let's figure out where you're from. Your name is actually legend. Yes. Cool. Okay, I accept that. So let's talk about another technique used in writing. This is called putting a lampshade on something. Putting a lampshade on something is, you know, you have something that will cause questions that you don't really want asked, right? So, and I'm not talking about like questions that are part of the story or anything like that. You have questions of a plot hole. Like there's something going on, and we must shoot this spaceship, but only with blue lasers. And then in some other scene, somebody else is shooting a spaceship with green lasers. And you know that it's a hole, then you don't want people to ask questions, so you'll do what they call putting a lampshade on it. Putting a lampshade on something means that you acknowledge that that's there and there's a reason for it. You don't have to say what the reason is. And sometimes it's completely irrational. In this place, Mayrel, when I made the character Mayrel, her last name keeps coming up as Legend in my head. I've given her 12 different names, and every time it's always Mayrel Legend. That's the name that she's supposed to be. And I've got no excuse for it at all, but I can't seem to ever remember her name if it's anything other than Mayrel Legend. Okay. And it's because I know where it's coming from. It's coming from Galaxy Express 39, where the main character is Maytel Legend. And so this is a name that I'm going to have to change her first name from Mayrel or accept that her last name is Legend. And so I have accepted the fact that the last name is Legend. But it does mean that you've got somebody whose name is Legend, and that's silly and weird. It doesn't make sense. And so I want to at least put a lampshade on it here by having Alex go, "Is your name really Legend?" And she goes, "Yeah." And Alex goes, "Okay." At least we put a lampshade on it, right? It's there. Makes some sense. So, at least now I have acknowledged that Legend feels funny to me, and probably if it feels funny to me, it probably feels funny to somebody else somewhere, and therefore I put a lampshade on it. You are a legend in your own mind. Okay, don't want to necessarily see, this is where things get I don't like this. This doesn't go. I'm not liking the feel of this. Boy, I'm struggling with this scene. Really struggling with it. Okay. And the reason is because of this. Here's the reason why I'm struggling. I'm struggling with this scene because A, I don't want Alex to give away too much stuff right now. But B, Alex isn't totally sure where she is at the moment. She knows she needs to keep secrets, but it's difficult for her to keep the secrets because she's still not quite awake enough yet and aware of what's going on around her. So she's just going to have to be ambiguous and cagey, which either puts everybody on edge or she's clever enough to do it that it won't put everybody on edge. And That's kind of what I'm like having a problem with here. I'm like, she's a chatty Cathy personality. Right. Trying to be quiet and not share a lot. Because that's what I'm kind of... and this is where I'm having the problem. So I'm like, That goes against her normal personality. No, yeah, I mean, it's one of those things I just need to word this correctly so it sounds reasonable. Okay, so thinking this through, what if we were to have it so that it was like this? Mayrel comes in. I'm reporting as ordered, sir. And Chang says, this is Alex. She's, here. She just had a translator put in. And Mayrel goes, okay, translator? And Chang says, she only speaks 21st century English. And Mayrel's like, oh. And then Chang says, any theories as to, have you heard of any... oh, that's it. Have you heard of any cultures that still speak 21st century English? Because, okay, this is where we're headed. That's right. Okay. There we go. And then it's Mayrel goes, many folks have chosen to hold on to old ways. But the language drifts. It's not perfect anymore. And then Navin says, her accent is flawless. Then somebody says, maybe she's a drifter. And what I should do is put hi, hello, and then have Alex randomly interjecting like things. So in other words, they all got together, they all looked at her and said, hi, Alex, and then they all turned away from her and started having this discussion. Meanwhile, she's like, excuse me, you know. There we go. That's the entrance that I was after. That's what we wanted. I'm sorry. I don't mean to exclude you. A drifter is someone who spent a little too much time going very fast in sub-light space. See you in a sec. It's Nevin. Colton's here. Colton's not quite here. Colton's partially here. I have a partial Colton. I'll add him anyway. It's a partial blow. It was a very loud Colton. Particularly loud Colton.
Okay, there we go.
There we go. You're like, I gotta plug all this crap in.
I was trying to put everything together while it was loading. I was like, oh, you're going in too quick. Crap.
Oh, yeah, but that's part of the fun of this show is, oh, look, nobody's prepared. Ha! Welcome
Yeah, that's
to
true.
the...
Welcome to the real world.
I spent many years doing Geek Tank that way.
Right.
We're like, yep, we're rolling. And that's actually going to be broadcast. The words, yep, we're rolling. And all of this discussion about how we're broadcasting all of these words, they're all being broadcast to. So the show starts with, yep, we're rolling. And I just said we're rolling. And now I'm talking about all this meta discussion. Like it's plotted out. All right. I think I finally, after pounding my head on this scene for the last hour, I think I finally figured out what the entrance and exit to the scene is. Oh, sometimes I have real problems with scene writing because I'll get stuck. You know, I want this scene to be between character A and B, and really it's supposed to be between characters C and D or something like that. And I'll hit my head upon the scene forever until I finally realize that that's my problem. And I hate that. In this instance, it was because I knew I wanted to bring up the term drifter and then explain it without doing classic, two characters sitting around going, we should get coffee. Yes, we should. What is coffee? Well, coffee is a beverage that we, which nobody does in real life. Hey, Colton, do you want to get coffee? Sure. What is coffee? Well, coffee is a drink. Nobody does that in real life. So I've got to figure out.
No, but we do. I want to go get coffee.
Let's get coffee. So I needed to figure out how to enter the scene in a way that was logical so that I could use the term drifter and then explain what a drifter is. And that's hard because a drifter would be pretty commonplace in the future, not so commonplace in the past. So a drifter is somebody who spent too much time working really close to light speed.
Right.
The closer you get to light speed, the more time dilates for you and slows down. So 1 year for you becomes 10 years or 20 years or 50 years in the real world.
Right.
So these people will get into rudimentary spacecraft and they will screw up the numbers or they'll mess up their charts or something. They'll accelerate to light speed to jump to in space, but they spent an extra hour at light speed. Well, an extra hour at 0.9999 the speed of light is like 50 years or 100 years. So these people come back into the real world at their destination and 100 years has passed. So this is actually kind of normal. It's unknown, so I'm going to not answer it.
Nah, sorry. I was just reading an article that came through that I was very surprised, but semi-surprised on.
Uh-oh. What are you semi-surprised by?
Blizzard Entertainment will always strive to maintain Blizzard quality. You're trying to associate recent AI advances to something completely unrelated. Our approach to Blizzard is to use machine learning AI in ways that are additive, empathic, and allow our talented team spend more time in the highest quality creative thinking and tasks. Pretty much what it is that they are using their own AI to feed their art style and everything that they do in Blizzard so that it takes away the basic side of it and keeps all the artists doing the high side of art. Is what they're saying. But if we know Blizzard,
Yeah, that's the problem.
Blizzard's doing it so they don't have to pay everybody what they're worth.
That's what they're really saying.
That's
I
the
mean,
part I was like, huh,
think
I'm curious about this.
everybody-
Let me read this, because I read that. I was like, that's not right. Hold on.
Everybody thinks that companies will do. I have this discussion a lot with a few of my friends who are specifically leaning a particular political angle. Without being more specific, I think we all know what I'm pretty much saying. But I have the same thing, which is, like we'll talk about unions, and they will say, "Oh yeah, we don't need unions," and I'm like, "Okay, but then who governs the companies?" "Oh, they'll govern themselves," and I'm like, "Do you remember the children working in the mines? I mean, like that's United States. That's 1910." And that was accepted policy to let 5-year-olds die of black lung in mines because companies will govern themselves. They didn't. They didn't do it. They would buy houses around the mine and let their employees live in those houses and then pay them nothing, because if the employees tried to leave, you couldn't afford another house anywhere else. You had to live there, and it was too far away to get to any town. So you ended up effectively getting slave labor. That's governing themselves. Companies
Pretty
don't
much.
govern themselves. They never do. And it's somewhere along the line, the morals slip away. And I don't know why people just forget these things. Like,
I mean, that's also what, like this year, last year. I mean, they always find this out anytime it's the QA team in Blizzard or just Activision Blizzard in general.
right.
Always gets cut first, being they're always getting paid the least too.
Right. And I'm like, I mean, Ford made the Pinto and literally did the numbers of how many people will die and sue us versus how expensive would it be to fix the problem on the Pinto, and decided that it was cheaper to just let people die and sue them. It was a decision they made.
Right.
I mean, they literally did that. And I'm like, we have literally over and over and over examples of companies that are like, yeah, it's too expensive to do the right thing, so we'll do the wrong thing and just wait for somebody to sue us and then pay that out.
Right.
And then they're like, well, yeah, but you can't let the government be in control. And I'm like, okay, when was the last time the US government overthrew the people?
We're really close to that, I'm feeling, though.
Well,
they're trying. Let me phrase that. They're trying
that's
right now.
Media. I feel like that's a media spin. But even if that's true, even if it's tomorrow, that'd be once in 250 years. Whereas I can find companies that have violated human rights in the last 10. And an instance every single, at least 5 or 6 instances, every single decade, all the way back to the beginning of our industrial revolution. If you're going to distrust something, you should distrust the companies. You know what I mean? I mean, I don't think we should just blindly trust the government either. However, I think that the bigger threat is always going to be the companies. And that always amazes me, because now it's like, well, it's all right. We'll just trust the companies with AI to do the right thing. And I'm like, no, they will not. They're just going to replace all of us.
The only thing that's saving us right now with the AI and companies is the copyright laws.
Yeah.
That literally just came through. Like, that's the only thing going to save us right now.
Absolutely.
But past that, we don't know yet. That's the only thing that's kind of like put a halter on it, because that is one thing that companies don't want.
Yeah.
Is to get sued.
Yeah, but they're going to play the same game that Ford did. And
Oh
this
yeah,
time they're on better moral ground, right? Because
yeah.
they're not killing anybody, but
They're
they're going
just
to play
killing
this.
careers.
Well, yeah, I mean, as though they're not directly killing people, so that they're going to feel like they're on better moral ground.
Yeah. But I mean, this is
I
the
mean,
same thing too, when like
companies do
robotics
the
took
right thing,
over manufacturing companies and whatnot too.
right? I mean,
Like, I get it. I totally understand it.
you know, Cat's asking, when have the companies ever done the right thing? Companies do the right thing, and they often do it for good reasons. But there's
Yeah.
zero reason for them to do the right thing except to be good. You know what I mean? Like, literally, there's no other reason for them to do the right thing.
Mm-hmm.
So they've got no reason to do it except that the boss said, you know what, we're good people, so we're gonna. You know what I mean?
We should take care of these people.
We should take care of our employees or whatever. Then you get those decent companies out there. I think Costco is one of those that runs relatively well.
I've
Everybody's
heard
well
that.
paid.
I'm not sure about that, but I have heard it.
I've heard that too, but I mean, that kind of thing. That was a
Like, that's
choice.
the part that was kind of confusing me, because I know, like, just on the Costco one, I had a friend that worked for Costco for like 10 years and then switched over to King Supers.
Yeah.
So I don't know how true that is, but they are a corporation, so it could have easily been switched.
Yeah. Well, and King Supers is usually better because before it was bought by Kroger, it was just here in Colorado and nobody really knew it anywhere else. You know, which was
Yeah,
mind-boggling.
because it used to just
by the
be.
way.
I thought Kroger owned them always.
No.
Huh.
No, Kroger bought them in 2005? Something like that.
Okay. Cool.
Early 2000s. Late 90s, early 2000s. Somewhere in there.
Back in my day.
I mean, because when I was a kid, King Supers was a local Colorado company.
Okay. I didn't know it was a local. I always knew that King Supers was around. I didn't know it was a local thing.
Yeah. Yeah, and it's pretty...
And I've grown up here.
Yeah, right. Well, that's the thing. Like, I'll go anywhere else, and I'm like, we should just go to King Supers. Look around, no King Supers. I did find, though, it's kind of wild. My King Supers card works at Kroger's in Texas.
Yes.
That's wild.
Yeah, I learned that when I went to California.
Yep. Like, my super card works. I'm like, that's kick butt.
Yeah, because that was the first time I went to California was for Anime Expo.
Sure.
And that's when we found out that, well, at least let me phrase that. When I found out that Kroger was owned by, that King Supers was owned by Kroger, and then our cards worked, but also that's where you bought alcohol.
Right. Well, it's
They did not have liquor stores.
Kroger out on the West Coast. The version of that becomes Fred Meyer.
Oh, really?
That's Kroger bought Fred Meyer on that side. Kroger is a Southern company.
Doesn't surprise me.
And I don't know where specifically it started. I remember the jingle of Kroger from when I was a little kid in the 70s.
The old Kroger jingle.
Yeah. Which was weird because I sang it once just idly. I wasn't even thinking about it. I was just, we went to Kroger and it was my dad and me. And we were going to Kroger and I started singing the jingle and Dad's like, how do you know that? I haven't heard that since the 60s. And I found out that they'd continued using it until about 74 or 75. So I would have been 2 or 3.
Nice.
Enough that it impressed upon me.
Mm-hmm.
But it did surprise my dad because he was like, didn't know you knew that jingle, you know.
I'm surprised you still would know that jingle.
But for some reason it imprinted and stayed permanently. It's like I can, like the entire Mickey Mouse Club song, the things you hear when you're a little child,
Mm-hmm.
and especially when you're picking up language, because you're like, oh, look, they put all these words that I've been learning into music. That's amazing.
Right.
Like changes your worldview.
Always reminds me of the game Tony Hawk Pro Skater, because when it was one of the first game that like actually had like traveling and whatnot, there was a character in there from Russia who came in and was like, every time you say music and learning language, I always think it's hilarious because there's a character in there who's like comes in all gangster like, and he's like, yeah, I learned this from your music, and I was like, oh my god, you're not wrong.
I always think about that. Like, I've had people on this show from all over the world who are like, oh yeah, I learned English by watching dubs.
Yep.
I'm
That's how my friend learns Japanese. And then
Yeah.
when she finally realized that she just had to curb it a little bit, just because of how they pronounce things and whatnot, it's very cartoony.
Yeah.
Very childish.
It depends on the anime, but yeah.
Depends on the anime, but like how she was learning,
Yeah.
you still had to kind of curb it a little bit because everybody, if you go to Japan and start talking to them, they're just like, we know what you're saying, but
yeah, it becomes one of those things where they're like, dude, we know where you learned this.
yeah,
Back off.
like
Yeah.
we know who you are. Get out of here.
Right. It's pretty funny.
But yeah, that's kind of where, like, that part's always kind of fun. But
Yeah, it cracks me up.
that one's cool.
Your thumbnails are improving quite a bit.
Thank you. I had a quick 5-minute lesson on Thursday from one of my old teachers. And since then, they have finally kind of pushed to the next level after I talked to them. So, but I have another meeting with my actual teacher for this class tomorrow.
You have a vanishing point. Your vanishing point is solid and on point. I mean, like, it's really good.
Thank you.
All of those pictures feel like they're heading somewhere. The bottom middle, especially, because you
The one
got
I
the
just
clouds
finished?
also moving to the vanishing point.
Yeah.
It really looks.
This one right here.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I dig that one.
That was the thing. It's using all your elements. Like, that's the thing that they were telling me. Is very picky about the intention I use.
Intonation.
Lots of stuff.
Yeah. Kat's been
Yeah.
learning Japanese too. I think that
But
we'll get back to this. I'm just going to address real quick that.
no, yeah, do it.
I had a buddy who I was talking to, and she started laughing at some point in time. I'm like, what? And she said, your Japanese is somewhere between a principal and a junior high school girl. And I'm like, what? And she's like, that's what you sound like when you talk. And I'm like, oh. And I said, you can tell who I hang out with, because my English students, the best English students, were all girls. Because the boys
actually, that actually makes sense, though.
Yeah, they didn't want to get in. They didn't want to get involved, or whatever was going on culturally. I very rarely ended up with boys in my English classes. My advanced AP English, it would very rarely be boys. It was almost always girls. And of course, there's only so much, how are you today? You end up saying, okay, look, you need to change the verbs and the nouns here, and you need to, flip you need to talk about in Japanese. You need to talk about the parts of speech, and you need to explain how things. So clearly, I had been impressed upon by my junior high girls. So
Nice.
I sounded like a junior high girl whenever I talked.
Because you were learning a little bit from them and whatnot at the same time.
Yeah, I was picking up colloquial whenever I spoke, because of course that's who I was talking to on the regular, because I had to talk to them about explaining these things, and we had to go back over these things, and please practice this again and stuff like that.
Right.
But then the other thing was that my principal loved to tell puns, and so
You're learning puns from your principal.
so he and I would spend lunch break telling puns at each other and making the entire teacher staff groan. Like, oh God, not more pun wars. Oh no.
That's
sort
awesome.
of things. But we loved it. So apparently that's the way my Japanese sounded. It was somewhere in between a principal and a junior high girl.
Nice.
So there you go.
I'm definitely a fan right now. I'm thinking I'm lean. These are for my finals. I got to pick one to actually take to finish. I'm thinking 3, 7 so far, or 8, 7 and 8, like those.
Yeah, 3 and 8 are the ones I like.
Yeah.
7's still a little, I don't know.
The floating mountains.
Yeah, that one's a little. I don't know. It's not as.
I like it. I like the idea of it. I'm gonna play with it more.
I mean,
but
and
yeah.
1 would be good too.
I
Just
do
because
like
you've got
1,
that
and that's kind of
wild-
where I kind of played with the more different concept of it during 3, and I think that's why I
Yeah.
like 3 more.
I like 1, 3, and 8 are the ones that I really like.
Yeah.
If you were to ask me, 6 isn't bad. 2 is cool because it's a completely different feel.
Yeah. So like 1 and 2, what I did is I just masked all 9 boxes and just came in with a brush and started doing random just like strokes and whatnot all over all of it. And
Yeah.
those 2, that's what I came up with from like basic splatter.
Right. Well, you're just getting
kind of
the
what I
forms
did.
in.
Like, yeah, this is all I was doing. I just literally came in here. Oops.
It looks good. I like it so far. It's very solid.
I was just doing this. I was like, do, 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 do.
Yep.
And I just try to create something from it, and then, or I just come in real quick and just like slice out some stuff. But this is where I think I started coming up with like these like archway things that I keep building. I'm like, oh, those are kind of cool. I kind of like that idea, like space planet archways.
Right.
That's a frog doing a solar beam. There you go, guy. Number 9, frog doing a solar beam.
That's what it should be. Hey,
Nice.
friend. Welcome back.
Friend's having a good morning, apparently.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the thing. All of them have potential. I just got to figure out and play with them more. But I'm going to grab more coffee. I'll be right back.
Yep.
All right, I'm back. I at least wanted to do at least 9 concepts and kind of pick from them.
Yeah, it makes sense. I've never been really solid on that. And I don't know, I really wish I was better on that kind of thing.
Picking out concepts or doing like thumbnails?
Yeah, just doing the thumbnailing. And I feel like that would help me a lot to get a feel for what I want the page to look like.
I mean, in what, that amount of time that you and me were hanging out yesterday with everybody, I did all 7 of them. I just did number 8 while we were talking. But it's all a studying thing. Like, I learned through that conversation I had with one of my teachers and some of his buddies Thursday.
Yeah.
that I really need to sit down and just study thumbnails, like study how people do them and whatnot, because like he sent me a whole bunch of stuff. One of them did.
Yeah, number 8 looks like Vader's castle from Rogue One.
Ah,
It actually
I never thought of that. That's cool.
I like it, though.
I didn't even think I haven't.
I'm not going to disagree with that.
Forever.
That sounds
That's a good one.
serious. That sounds good to me.
Yeah. Same. But let me see here. Find the ones I was looking. Oh yeah, here you go. Like these. Just studying how to do those, you know.
Right, or Mordor. I thought Mordor too.
I was watching the Krugs, DreamWorks animation, the caveman.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And they had a scene that kind of had that resemblance of this one. And I was like, I kind of like this idea. I want to play with an idea like that. So, Mordor, Vader, Eye of Sauron. The mountain splitting in half, yeah. That would explain why that wasn't the only thing I needed to. Yeah, two, I have no idea what I'm doing with. Hey, Kane's awake.
Oh, he survived last night's storm.
Storm? Was it bad out there?
Yeah, last night was nasty for him. He was having a whole bunch of problems. Wow, that's wild. I posted about needing help for a con,
Like, what
and
do you mean?
one person for Iacon.
Like help as in like table person?
Volunteering. No, I just no. I'm. They drafted me, so I'm drafted.
Oh, you're on committee drafting. Got it.
Yeah, I'm on the committee. This time I won't post the link, but you can Google it. Denver. There we go. But I posted a link and it just dumped it. Nobody saw it.
Oh. Oh, it buried it.
Yeah, I buried it. So I'm reposting it, and I will repost it again tomorrow.
That's fair.
So I'm posting it again. It's so weird. Yeah, no, that's fine. No, we need schleppers.
So wait, Iacon's at the Denver Art Museum?
Damn. I can't help myself. It's compulsive.
It's at the dam?
Yeah, it's at damn.
Oh. I didn't know they were gonna do it there. That's cool.
And the McNichols Arena.
Okay, the McNichols, I thought that was right. I didn't know they moved some of it over to there. So,
Yeah, so half
okay.
of it's going to be at the Art Museum and half of it will be at McNichols.
Got it.
Which I have already done the, well, okay.
That's a lot of walking, but
Yeah, it's a lot of walking. So
I like
yeah.
the McNichols Center. The McNichols Center makes sense.
Right. Well, it's because they're going to have the panels over. That was a hell of a storm. They're going to have the panels over at Dam. And then they're going to have like the vendors.
It's in person, Brent.
McNichols. And so I'm doing so of course they were like, I was like, what can I do for you? And they're like, you can work our volunteers. And I'm like, okay, send me the volunteers you have. They sent me like 4 people.
Ooh.
And then they've been doing so have you found any more volunteers? I'm like, you need me to drum up volunteers. That's a little different.
I thought you were gonna just bring me people, and I was just
I thought you wanted me to just herd the cats. I can herd the cats, but and I can probably find them some volunteers. But until they've had a con, there won't be any volunteers there because you pretty much need to pull the volunteers from the people who are in the con.
Yeah,
because you want native volunteers. You don't want like people coming from another convention because they don't, they may not care for this convention, or they might, but you don't want.
Or even if they do or don't, like it's they think of this convention as something else compared to what you're wanting it to be.
Right. So it's like you might want volunteers, or you might want to stay and volunteer, or maybe you won't. But since you're not part of the culture of that con, which there isn't that much of a culture of that con yet, because we haven't had that many of them. Mm-hmm. So we'll have to drum it up. But I can get some of my old NDK buddies to come over and schlep chairs and stuff for 1 year, especially if you get them a free ticket.
Right.
Yeah.
And that's what a lot of them will join in for that reason.
Yeah, I mean, like, they'll come over and help but only if Facebook actually shows it. Facebook, of course, has buried the first post. I know, because only one of my friends even liked it. Nobody else even responded, which means that either everybody in my entire friend group is like, yeah, no, not me, which is possible. But I can't imagine that all of my NDK and COAF buddies would, all my friends from Mile High Con and Starfest and, like I've got a bunch of buddies who work cons. They just like to work cons. So
yeah. And they probably aren't seeing it. Maybe it's also within the algorithm.
That's what I'm doing. So I reposted this time, and this time I didn't link to the site and said post 2 of 3. And then I will post it one more time and see if we get any takers. Who is this person calling? Okay, hang on. That was as soon as I answered, it goes beep. And I'm like, huh?
I just use my company I work for as opener. I'm like, this is Colton with blah, blah, blah. How can I help you?
Yeah.
And as soon as I do that, they just all like, click. I'm like, oh, okay. Or if they start talking, I'm like, this is a business line, right? And they're just like, click.
Yep. We had somebody on our show last night who, hi, you really need to buy this thing. And we're like, no, we don't. Yes, you do. And then finally Can's like, click, and like blocked him. And he was like, he's not going to take no for an answer. And I'm like, yeah, I kind of got that suspicion too. That's pretty funny. Because I'm infinitely nice. And it's the problem I've got is I've worked jobs where you had to cold call people.
Oh, I hated it.
and it sucks. So I try to be nice to the guy and say, hey there, I know you're cold calling, and I'm so sorry. I'm not interested. I have no interest in this, and no, being more aggressive won't help. Just let me go, and I won't be mad at you or anything like that, because I know you're just doing your job, you know?
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Brent. It was a hail of a storm for him. He had like 2-inch hail for a while there last
Ooh.
night while we were sitting here listening to it literally through his microphone. You could hear it in his microphone. It sounded like popcorn. It sounded like he was popping popcorn in the background.
That's loud.
Kat and I were both like, damn. Like, wow. But since Cans threw himself on the sword for us, thank you, Can, we apparently aren't going to get that storm. Because that was apparently the storm that was destined to hit the Denver Metro today, but instead decided to hit north last night.
Just above the Denver Metro.
Just above the Denver Metro. Right? I just now realized I can see one of my solar panels. That's cool. I didn't realize that. So I have panels. They put the little. This is. I was about to say. I don't know if you've been hearing that I've had this long, arduous fight with my solar panels. Have you heard this story?
No.
No, you probably don't care to either. But I'm going to tell it anyway because it's weird. So yeah, So a long time ago, a galaxy far, far away, right? Half inch, but did it ever get up to 2 inches out there? Anyway,
Lacey's got plenty of ice.
2020, this guy showed up and said, "Hey, we're from this company that does solar panels and stuff like that." And he said, "Are you interested?" And I said, "I'm interested in solar panels, but I want to make sure your company's on the up and up. So before we do this, let me look into it." And so I looked into it, and it seemed like everything was on the up and up, and all things looked really. It's hard to hear when I move away from the mic. Sorry. So anyway. It looked all on the up and up, so we went on ahead and got started with it. And it has just been the wildest ride of stupid, because like Mariah thought for sure that this was some kind of scam. And the fact that the only thing that has kept us from like actually suing this company is that 2 of our buddies decided to do the same thing through the same company, and theirs was up and running within 4 months.
Oh.
But we started in November of 2020, and it is now May of 2023, and we have just now gotten permission to turn our solar panels on. Literally.
Are you serious?
Yeah.
You haven't. I thought you've had them on this whole time.
Right? We could have had them on this entire time, but no. And it was like, it was a parade of stupid for the entire thing. Yeah, exactly. I've been streaming. In fact, when they first came in to put the panels up, I had only been streaming for a little while, and they're like, "We're gonna put the panels up. We'll start hammering on your roof." And I'm like, "Is that gonna get picked up on the mic?" And then I remember you guys going, "No, we don't hear anything." So, but yeah. So it was this like parade of bizarre errors and mistakes that were made the entire time, and it was so irritating, and it was like so maddening. And little things like they promised to do the solar panels, the the solar panels would get 100% of our electricity taken away. So it would generate 100% of our energy needs. and I said, well, I went to Solar City and they said they couldn't do it because of our chimney. And the guy said, we've got different solar panels than they do. So the engineers come out here and they look and they're like, we can't give you 100% because of your chimney. And I said, that's what I said. And so I said, okay, well then never mind. They're like, oh no, you've already signed the contract, so it'll be $1,500 to back out.
Oh, wow.
And I was like, and then the engineers were like, look, we'll try to make it work. We'll do what we can. We'll put an extra panel on some other part of your roof. We'll see what we can do. We hopefully can get about 85%. So then these guys came out and they redid our attic with, this is part of the deal. The deal was to make the house more temperature efficient. So they came out here and put more foam into the attic and then put an attic fan out there on the roof. The engineers come out to put up the solar cells, and guess who put the attic fan right in the middle of one of the cells? The guys that were out here earlier. So then the engineers are like, we can't put all the cells out there. We can only get you about 80% now because we've got to rearrange around that attic fan. And I'm like, these are your own people. This is your crew that did this. So then they did that. Now we're at 80% and stuff like that. Then the engineers couldn't, at this point in time, I'm livid. Like, I'm really mad. So I called them up and I'm like, look, you guys have trapped me in this and then screwed it up twice. I want you guys to back out or I'm getting a lawyer. And my dude that I was dealing with said, look, I'll make a deal with you. If you'll let us, continue on with this, we'll put in the lines for your EVs. We'll put in power lines that go to your garage so that you can plug your EVs in directly to 220 volt mains. And I was like, oh, well, that's cool. And then they were like, and we'll replace your fuse box, which is a 1978 fuse box. They're like, we have to do that anyway because your fuse box can't handle this, but we'll do it for you instead of making you do it for us. And I was like, okay, that's a deal. We strike that deal. That's cool. So then they do this. They put the panels on. They fix the fuse box. They put 2 lines that run to our garage. All of that is awesome. It's perfect. Nothing wrong with that at all. Then the inspector comes out and he fails us. And he fails us on like 6 different points, but one of them is that we have 2 EV chargers in our garage and we didn't pull a permit for the EV chargers. Okay. So then I call them back and I'm like, hey, we didn't pass because you didn't pull a permit for those EV chargers. And so then the guys go and they pull the permit for an EV charger, a level 1 EV charger. Those aren't level 1 EV chargers. They're 2 plugs for a dryer. They're dryer plugs. So the inspector comes out and goes, these are dryer plugs, not level 1 EV chargers. You pulled the wrong permit. So then they had to go pull another permit, and a different inspector came out here, saw that somebody had written EV1 and EV2 on those 2 outlets, and not knowing the difference said, you didn't pull the permit for an EV charger. This, by the way, takes like 4 months each time to get the inspector out here. So now I'm sitting here going, you guys need to figure out what the hell you're doing and stop going through me. Because every time you do this, you give it to me, I give it to the city blames me for being an idiot. And I'm over this. So they're like, we'll fix this. They finally got all of that fixed in January. And so then they put us in line for inspection. And the inspector came out in February and they had forgotten to put one sticker on
on the solar panel inverter on the side of the house. One sticker. So they failed it. They failed us. So they finally got the inspector out again. They put the sticker on. Got the inspector out here. He inspected the system. Everything is fine. And that was yesterday. And it's been like this entire time. And then they're like, "Will you put a review in Google?" And I'm like, "Oh yeah, I will." They're nice
Wow.
people, but it's clear the left hand does not know what the right hand is doing.
Uh-huh.
And what they've got is like 12 contractors doing a bunch of things that on paper sound great. We're going to come over, put the solar panels on your house. We're going to reinforce all of your insulation, make sure all your windows don't leak, yada, 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 so that you do better during the winter and do better during the summer. And all of that did matter. Last year, in 2019, this house really didn't stay cool with just the swamp cooler.
Okay.
Here it got too hot. And so I have a little portable AC system that sits right here that cools me down during the summertime. And it got too hot in like late May, early June, and then stayed too hot through September. Last year, it stayed cool through almost July. So it does work. I mean, it's working. The extra insulation up there keeps the cool in the house for longer. And that does work. But yeah, it's been this entire journey of weird. And it's one stupid mistake after another. And it's been driving me absolutely bonkers. So, yeah. So anyway. So yeah, Can fell on the sword for us. by getting zotted by that storm last night.
It's just how you roundabout right back to that. That was just funny.
Yeah, well, you know how it goes.
All about solar power, but the true reasoning for this story is Cain fell on the sword for us.
Right. But the real reason that we're here, seriously, they want you to know. I don't know what that's all about. I was gonna say, what Colton really needs is the little cover to cover up the thing. Little like. So. All right, back to work for the last few minutes here. We had already entered the system.
Okay, that was a fake.
Yeah, I was saying you need the little like cover that covers up your.
Oh, my phone?
Yeah. Well, are you broadcasting from your phone?
Yeah.
Oh, that explains it.
It's easier and cheaper.
You were just doing the "don't watch me talk" on the phone.
No, I just hit the stop virtual camera very quick so I turn off, and then apparently when I turned my phone off from the phone call, it went straight back into the camera, so it just started videotaping whatever it was showing.
Right. Which is fine.
Oh, yeah. Is what it is, but
it is what it is. Accidentally. Okay, so coming out of this scene, we start with Chang asks Mayrel, have you heard of any tribes that still speak 21st century English? Mayrel says, well, many folks have chosen to hold on to the old ways, but the language drifts. It's not perfect anymore. And then Navin says her accent is flawless, talking about Alex. So then the doctor says maybe she's a drifter. And Alex has been sitting there going, hello, excuse me, hello, in the background. Because like they're talking about her, but not to her. And then she goes, excuse me, what's a drifter? But she looks exasperated at this point. People aren't listening to me. And then Chang says, I'm sorry, I don't mean to exclude you. A drifter is someone who spent a little too much time going very fast in sublight space. And Alex said, this is one of those relativistic things, isn't it? And then Navin goes, yes, the closer one gets to the speed of light, the slower time gets on a ship. And then Chang says, were you on a ship that might have accidentally spent too much time near the speed of light? And then Alex says, so Dad wasn't good at his charts? You know, that way, I'm trying to figure out a way that Alex can roll with this so that it sounds plausible.
Mm-hmm.
The problem is this. The whole thing that we discover in these next two issues of the comic is that Alex isn't actually a drifter. She actually is from Earth, which nobody is from Earth, and that time period. That's part of the thing. Everybody was rescued before Earth learned that there were other people out there. So one day Armageddon broke out on Earth, this horrible Armageddon. It was today, modern day, and then all of a sudden the sky literally starts falling. And then these spaceships show up and pull as many people as they can shove into these spaceships, and all the spaceships leave, and then the Earth gets obliterated. So the thing here is that nobody should be from Earth proper. They should have been from the first colony. And
because of that.
Yeah, because there's no way they could have come from Earth. They have to have come from the first colony. Because everybody was rescued all at once.
Everybody was evac'd. Yeah.
Yeah, they were evac'd by the aliens. And then they had to spend like the first 2 or 3 years just acclimating to the fact that they now belong to a galactic society. So humans didn't go anywhere for the first 2 or 3 years. They didn't go anywhere at all. They spent that time, getting all their vaccinations, getting all their shots, and, all the things you need to do when you all of a sudden now are in a different culture and society. It's kind of like refugees coming into America. You're a refugee from where's Pakistan, and all of a sudden you need to, they bring you to America, they rescue you, they evac you from that place, they bring you to America. The first thing you don't do is go wander off. You're spending the first year or two just figuring out where the hell you are. So that's the point.
What's gonna happen, where are we gonna go?
How are we gonna set up our life and stuff like that. So nobody who would be from Earth proper has left Earth, which is the deal. She did, and that's the puzzle. That's the puzzle that'll be in the middle of all of my story to the very end. How did we get a girl from a city in Colorado? Because, of course, why not do the Stephen King thing? I know the cities of Colorado far better than any place else. So she might as well be from my hometown, So why would this girl who came straight from Arvada, Colorado, why in the world would she be a drifter wandering around? It's not unheard of for her to be 500 years old, because all you need to do is screw up your light speed travel, and you get stuck in relativistic space, and what was 1 year's worth of travel for you becomes 500 years to the rest of the galaxy. So that's not unheard of. But I need to build this because it's complex. You know, what I just explained to you is what's got to be said in all this dialogue so that people aren't confused. Because here she's saying, you know, she's 500 years old. Everybody goes, whoa, 500 years old. That's the mystery. And then the doctor's like, well, she could be a drifter. And then everybody's like, wait a minute, you mean there are other people that are 500 years old? You know. And then later in the next scene, the doctor goes, well, now wait a minute. She has a whole bunch of genes that are turned on that we purposely turned off in when you first showed up in the galaxy. We immediately killed all of these genes in you because we didn't want you getting cancer and, you know, all of these other things. So we turned them off. She still got them on, which implies that she didn't go through the vaccination process that everybody else did.
Mm-hmm.
So that's the next scene. So that gives us 2 steps of, well, wait a minute. Now we have it whittled down. So, okay. So Chang then says, that explain, or the doctor is into these things. The doctor's a fluffy guy.
The doctor's in.
Yep. The doctor is in. Well, no, Navin should say that. I didn't say that. That explains it. Welcome to the, what is this, the 24th century? 25th century? 24th century. No, 26th century, yeah? 26th century, 500 years from now. Yes. Thanks. But we've been here for 2 years. There, that sounds better. Okay, now I've got another flag showing up in my head. Dang it. She's the only survivor that they found in this area. That's really the big puzzle.
Is she a super soldier?
She's not. I mean, no.
The only reason I say that is just because, like, if is that kind of stereotypical only survivor
Yeah.
usually means that they have like some kind of special power, like River from Firefly or something.
Right. She does not.
If you are going that route, that would be cool. But
Yeah.
I'm just saying, if you're not going that route, I would look at something different.
No, she's not. She's a pawn in a larger game.
Okay.
And she just happened to got moved into this square. That's what if you can kind of follow my drift on that.
Understand.
No, but I do need to figure out. So she knows that if she raises too much suspicion, she won't be able to continue doing the things she needs to continue doing. She knows
Right.
that. So she's trying to nullify that, but she just started, you know, her time clock picks up here. So, like, she was 500 years ago yesterday. And so I want to, that's why I'm having a problem with this scene, it needs to be written in a way that's plausible, where Alex just grabs onto, oh yeah, that's the answer. Yeah, uh-huh. But you know what? This last part doesn't work. That's why. All right. So, Drifter family. Settles on moment. Makes sense. And somehow.
If you want a cool video, by the way, to watch, if you ever want to actually really get into like thumbnails and understanding environments more, I can send you
do.
one. It's a really good video.
What will you please put it in the private chat? Because
Yeah.
I'm not kidding. I feel like this is something I don't do well. And frankly, even that number 9 there is gorgeous.
Thank you.
I mean, like, just what you just scribbled out there is exactly, I mean, it's really pretty. I can already see pretty much what that is going to be. And I like that piece too. So,
where is it?
so
Oh
it's
no, I put it under my school file for.
Do you want to just keep rolling for a little while?
Yeah. If you're not ready to leave, I'm down. I'm just working.
Yeah, I was going to go downstairs and get more coffee and stuff.
Yeah, go do that. I'll entertain the peeps.
Yeah, they're very loud. And maybe Hey Can might join us if we keep going through lunch.
Yeah.
But his house didn't get destroyed.
Where's my face? There it is. There's that. That's for you. As for Twitch, I haven't handed out to you guys as well. Give me 1 second. Bada boom, bada bang. Environment sketching, that's, or environment art specifically, or sketching, either one. It really doesn't matter. Anything with environments, these are the things that you should be looking into when you are using it. It's actually kind of cool. But yeah, art. Sketch. Yeah, no, that guy that I just posted for that YouTube video, his name is... Oh, no. Brent, no. You always need sugar. Yeah, Tyra Edlin, he's actually really cool artist. That he does a lot of these tutorials and things like that. He's a great dude. Now you're just gonna have to drink your tea as regular tea now, Brent. Or you can switch over to bean juice. It's only 11, Brent. If you're in the office, someone else is bound to drink it with you.
I even got myself lunch because lunch sounded like a thing. Oof. You ran out of sugar for your tea. That's right. I don't watch YouTube videos on Mozilla because it doesn't have ad block.
Oh, you're back.
I'm back. There we go. Can't watch things on Mozilla because it doesn't have ad block because I installed it so that I could just do restream. So how you doing?
I also shared it with the chat.
Oh no, it's all good. I got it.
But yeah, no, that guy's great. If you're actually really wanting to learn anything like thumbnails and all that stuff with like industry and environments and whatnot, that's the guy I've been going to lately. My teacher showed me and I was like, I forgot about this guy. I haven't looked at his stuff in forever.
Right. Sometimes.
And the only reason I stopped looking at his stuff because I'm like, I'm not that good. You know how we always try and find someone that's like at that arm
Right,
reach
at your
level,
level?
that you know you
Yeah.
could reach to.
That's the reason I chuckled.
Yeah. I mean, I think that's everybody as an artist, though, is that like the people we follow the most at certain times is that we see them as a feasible goal.
Mm-hmm.
And the people we admire are the ones that we don't think will ever reach, and that we think that they're some kind of god because of it. So, you know.
Mm-hmm. It's interesting because I have watched people who are better than me and just gone, well, I'll get there someday. You know what I mean? Kind of like I love Sam does art. He cracks me up. He's funny. So
Sam does art
SAM Sam.
on YouTube.
Yeah.
I think I know who you're talking about.
Yeah, Sam Yang or something like that. I think it's Sam Yang.
There's a lot of, oh yeah, this guy.
Yeah, I love him because he roasts art. Like, you can have him roast your art. It cracks
Yeah.
me up. But he has a community of which he has been slowly bringing everybody up to his level around him,
Yeah.
which is very wholesome. He actually ends up being a rather wholesome guy, you know? Like, some things on the surface, you're like, so you roast your YouTube followers' art? But turns out that he actually will take your piece and then he'll give you good criticism,
Mm-hmm.
you know, and some of it's like really needed.
As long as he, like, if you actually give him, like, I know his channel is pretty much him just to roast it. Like, that's his whole point of his channel is roasting. But also, if you actually come in and like, hey, I actually want an actual critique, and he actually helps you through an actual critique,
I mean,
then he is very much better than what he actually portrays. But that's it. That's good though. Like, I like that. I've seen him once or twice, and yeah, he's pretty funny. He kind of reminded me of what's his name? Ross Straws for a minute. Like when he
Ross
first came
Straws.
out.
I like him.
Ross Straws is pretty
another
good.
one that I watch a lot. He has way too much obsession with his mom's dog.
Yeah. The one I actually stopped watching a lot was Muhammad Agabadi. And that's just because, like, I'm not saying he's bad. I really loved some of his motivational stuff that he did there for a while. But, like, now I just feel like he's just attacking artists.
Yeah. Well.
And he's just attacking trends. That's his biggest thing, is I think he's just attacking trends. And I'm like, all right, cool.
Yeah.
That's the route you went. Have fun. You're not wrong, but have fun.
I've got different. I don't know. I mean, I feel like the way people work is they have like a bucket of how much negative stuff they can take in.
Yeah.
And then when the bucket fills, they just turn bitter.
Yeah. Well, that's also the hard part right now too, is that there is a lot of people because of AI and everything that everybody's kind of all up and trying to figure out what the hell they're doing, you know?
Yeah. Well, and that's a thing that, you know, everything. I know I just went on this whole tirade about you can't trust companies. But I actually have faith that most of the time people will do the right thing.
I hope so.
We get caught up on the one guy that did the wrong thing.
Yeah, that's true. We do.
You know, it's like, I have faith that people will do the right thing ultimately. That doesn't mean I'm going to leave my car unlocked.
In a bad neighborhood.
Or even in a good neighborhood. I mean,
Even in a good, but I mean, like, it's not one of those ones, like, I believe everybody has good intentions, and then you purposely go to an area that's known for breaking into cars, and you just leave your car there. With it unlocked. I'm like, yeah, of course your car's probably going to get unlocked. You're going to get attacked.
And one of the things that Rutger Bregman says, the guy I keep talking about all the time, is you don't do that because most of the time people do the right thing. But when that
Yeah.
one person does the wrong thing, it does such catastrophic damage that you feel stupid for not taking precaution.
Right.
Is like the secret to life is to take your proper precaution, don't freak out, and when the bad thing happens, get mad about it and then get over it.
Yeah.
Because statistically speaking, it's still not even a statistical blip in the real world. You know?
Right. Damn.
I mean, it's like, for example, I am paranoid of house fires. They freak me out. I'm so worried that my house will burn down, right? But statistically speaking, it won't happen. Right?
Yeah.
But I'm like perpetually going around and making sure all things are plugged into the outlets correctly, and you know, we turn off all the power to certain things and stuff like that. And I'm worried about the solar panels setting fire to the house because they're a new electrical thing we just put in, and you know what I mean, like all of that stuff for house fires. And it's not like I've ever been in a house fire. No house that I have ever lived in has burned down. This one I hope will never burn down either. But it's still a thing. And the truth is, if I don't take the proper precautions, if a house burned down, it's such a catastrophic event that I would feel like an idiot because I didn't do it. You know? So it's the same thing. It's the same thing. We just need to. It's like flying in airplanes. People are afraid of flying in airplanes, but the odds of crashing in an airplane are infinitesimal compared to being in an accident in a car and killed. But because that one incident is so dramatic.
Right. I mean, I totally get that because it's in that same aspect of like even me trying to words.
I'm fascinated by airplane crashes.
Oh, like seeing some of like the fires I have seen or houses that have been put on fire or whatnot. Like, and I'm just saying this is also just recently because of like while I'm driving around with work and whatnot, I'll see a house. I'm like, whoa, what happened there? And you can clearly see it was a fire.
Right.
But also the most time, it's the funny thing is it's usually the ones I see the most right now, it's electrical fires.
Mm-hmm.
And you can tell the difference from electrical fire start and an actual fire.
Right. Yeah. Yeah, it's just, and that's one of those things. I mean, do your due diligence.
Yeah.
But panic is not one of the things we need to do.
No.
Always cracks me up. But you were saying earlier, you were like, I think that in a civil war or something, insurrection of some sort is about to happen.
Oh yeah, yeah. It's more the like I see the like the amount of people trying to. It's more the government that I see that and media like trying to suppress us from knowledge from everywhere else.
Mm-hmm.
That's going on, like watching French's like is it France right now was going through a rebellion. One of the European cities literally shut down, and everybody went on protest strike.
Yeah, but
like that's the kind of stuff that they're trying to make sure that we don't see. Is more what I'm saying. I don't know how true.
France goes on a some kind of strike of revolution or something once every like 20 years, whether they need it or not.
Yeah, but I mean that's not a bad thing. That's actually good because it keeps everything going.
No, yeah. It's locked in at 10.8 thousand views in 7th place. Keep it up there, man. Oh, you know we love ya. You know we love ya. Good job, Kat. Good
Oh,
job.
nice. Oh, you're on Discord now too?
Yep, I'm out on Discord. Oh, you need an
that's cool.
invite to that, don't you?
I didn't know you had that. Huh.
Here, let me give you a. No, I need to send the. Wait, invite people? Is it invite people? No, that's not it. It's not the one that's easy. It's the other one that's not easy. I hate that. Like, copy link? No, it's not copy link. Hang on. I'm working on this. There's an invite link at the Quack site on the bottom. Let's see if this is the correct link. So one of them gives like a generic link, and the other one gives a very specific link. And it's like, I don't need that. I need yeah. See, that's not the right one.
Oh, on the Quack site.
Yeah, that one's not the right one, and I can't see it until I've sent it, and that's really aggravating because that one won't work. Create invite. No. Or send a server invite link to a friend. Oh, maybe that's it. God, why do they make these things so confusing? Let's see if this is it. That's the one. That's the one you need, Colton.
Oh, whoops. My Discord was on this screen. All right, there we go.
You've joined the duck pond. That's.
I can add you to my art servers folder now.
That's the. This is where we post pictures. I was gonna have him post pictures on Facebook, but it seems like people are moving here instead.
Discord has become like the world not chat room. What was that? Forums.
Yeah, like the old forums.
Yeah, this is literally like this is how I feel like Discord became, is like it's a forum. It's what forums used to be, but now it's more responsive. You know.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I put up this Discord channel and it works, and it's kind of cool. But yeah, all of our other folks are moving over to the Discord channel as well to talk when we're not on stream.
Pretty much everybody, like, it's that too. Like all my even my schools moved to Discord. I think it's weird.
Right? It is kind of wild.
I have so many, like, all the group chats and everything that you want to get a part of. Like, hey, you want to get in groups with like any kind of students or whatnot, you always go to Discord. And I'm just like, this is weird. I'm not used to this. I feel old. Like, I literally have a whole folder here on Discord of just school related chats.
Right.
And then I have an art one that has all the art stuff that's going on, like with all the art groups I'm part of. A video game one, random chat ones. Like, there's a whole bunch, and I'm not gonna lie, the majority of these I haven't really kept up with in a while.
Yeah, that's what I got too. There's a whole bunch of things that I'm like, well, sort of.
Yeah. Oh, the server, actually, everything we type in there comes in here.
Yeah.
Okay. That's
Yeah,
hilarious.
it reroutes.
So it's all rerouted from the duck pond. That's cool.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
All right. I got some solid thumbnails in here now to pick out which one I really
Now
like.
to do some solid work.
Or solid thinking on which one I really want to do. Because I like 7 through 9 and 3.
Yeah, well, and that makes some sense. If you've been working on this, you've been improving.
That's usually, yeah. Usually that's the other reason why you...
Thumbnail 9 of them.
Yeah, I mean, do 9, but like come up with like a good number. Because usually your like first 3 are... Or like there's always like a few of them that are just kind of like, eh. They're just not there. And the more you do them, the more you kind of get into something that, and then by the end of it, you're just like, oh, there's some ideas coming through. But also, by the time I hit number 5, yeah, 5 is when I started like scrolling through like ArtStation or something, trying to get like some kind of
Concept or thought. Yeah.
concept or just feeling. I was like, all right, I'm kind of losing like steam on these. I don't know I'm not sure what I'm looking for right now, what I really want to do. And then next thing you notice, that's when I started pulling up references, and that's when I was like, oh, that's kind of a cool shape. Let's play with that kind of shape. Oh, that's a cool little idea. Like the floating islands. I love the idea of floating islands. I just haven't been able to get them to properly sit properly in my own drawings yet.
Right.
Which just means I need to go study them more, probably. But also doesn't help that like a lot of those pieces that I look at, they're photo bashed. Like a lot of your art within... Damn, that sucks. Within environments starts becoming photo bashed.
Yeah.
Especially when you get to hyper real, like stuff that looks very realistic. But and then there's random things I do find on here that kind of gave me inspiration. Like for that last one, my inspiration was this. It's this like game that is free on Steam. I was like, ooh, that's kind of a cool idea. Ruins, forest, waterfalls. I was like, okay, let's play with that. You know. And that's where I kind of came up with that last one. I was like, ooh, I like that idea. I'm going to play with that concept for a second in piece. So. But also, like right now, where I'm at, that's kind of what that person I just sent you that link to is like. After I go through my thumbnail stage, I'll sometimes, just to save on some time to make sure my perspective and all that's always correct.
Yeah.
I'll just jump into 3D, do a quick little mock-up.
Uh-huh.
And then I'll just come in after that and just just draw them, like draw over it.
That's the real thing I like about 3D that I use so much. It's so useful to be able to use 3D to just get the perspective right.
True. Yeah.
When we were doing the little challenges, I decided to run without 3D, and I was like, yeah, I could just throw this together without using maquettes or anything, just run it by myself. And I spent like 20 minutes just correcting the arm of one of the characters. And I'm like, yeah, this is why I actually use 3D.
Mm-hmm.
It just took forever. And it was so frustrating to me. It's a little clunky, but I can probably massage it and make it a little bit better, and that won't hurt as bad. Yeah, that detail rendering. So, I was reading something last night. Oh, I know. Something in one of the comic forums on Reddit that I was reading through, subreddit.
Mm-hmm.
Somebody was posting about a specific artist and showing one cover of Spider-Man,
Yeah.
which had Jane sitting on the cover in a pose, and she's wearing like the Spider-Man outfit, and she's got the mask in her hand. And then there's a Spider-Gwen cover, which is the exact same pose, but a different character. Identical pose. Like, you look, they put them side by side, and of course, it's clear the artist traced it. Or at least really close, right?
Uh-huh.
So, and they were like, wow, didn't even want to put any effort into it. Well, it turns out that it was the same artist that drew both covers.
Yep.
He's just
I was waiting for this part.
Yeah, he's repopping his own work. Well, that's at least not egregious, just kind of lazy. You know what I mean? It's not like a horrible violation of all that we stand for, but it is still lazy. And somebody else then posted on there something that made me really think. And they said, comic artists on deadline are not there to make comic art. They're there to make pages not blank.
True.
And I was like, ow. Right? When
I
you're
agree
on
with him on that
deadline, you're
one.
not there to, all you're there to do is to make sure that the pages aren't blank. That's all.
Yeah. I get that, but also like in that same sense too, depending on what the story is, they probably link. Especially since the new Spider-Man Spider-Verse is coming out.
Yeah, it probably is. He actually apparently used that pose like 4 or 5 times for some other covers too.
There's so many artists out there, comic artists, that use the exact same pose for like the Spider-Man pose, that jumping pose from like back when Todd McFarlane and them were doing Spider-Man.
And Lee.
Yeah.
I mean, like,
everybody reuses poses all the time.
Yeah.
There's one artist I know, like he's a really cool dude, but he reuses the exact same pose. He just puts a different cover on this pose, a different person each time, and he still makes all the money he needs to.
Right.
And I'm like, I get it. You could probably draw that pose in your sleep now, but like, cool.
Yeah.
Like, I'm not saying it's a bad thing. I wish they would do more than that. But yeah, I get that also from that same statement though. It's like comic artists are paid to fill pages.
Yeah. I mean, that's the thing. And they said that.
Especially when you're working for like Marvel and DC. That is kind of the thing for them, is like you are being paid. And that's the most part that kind of sucks too, is like I'm trying to go into an industry where that is the main thing. Gotta bust it out as fast as possible.
Yeah. Right.
Just don't get us in a copyright lawsuit. That's all they ask.
Yeah. And it makes some sense. Doesn't mean necessarily that I agree, but it makes some sense, and I understand that. So I know what I want to do. Anyway, it was just an interesting.
It is. I really like how. Yeah, that's true. Sorry.
Yeah, no, I'm just.
Oh.
Every time I do I really shouldn't use maquettes, and I get into these like downward spiral things. The ongoing thing that keeps me afloat is you don't have to use the maquettes if you want to spend 3 or 4 years releasing a comic book. You know, that's the word that I say to myself. You know, you don't have to.
What, you spent like a month building your ships and all that stuff, and maquettes and your UVs and everything?
Yeah. And so and I use them for everything. So now I can produce.
And now it saves you so much time.
You know. I mean, except for the fact that now I'm going back and reworking on one of them, but that's all right. I didn't put doors on it on my shuttlecraft. There's no exit doors. So I was like, I should put exit doors in there. And then I was like, well, while I'm in here, I might as well clean up this model because I really built it fast. And it is an important centerpiece of like all the things in Bellatrix Rising. And so, okay, I'll rework it. You know, so
I guess I'll do the thing.
I guess I'll do the work. So
did this to myself.
It's funny. Nobody has really ever said anything about my maquettes. But boy, it bothers me. Like, nobody said word one about it, but I keep getting bothered by it.
I think they're awesome.
Yeah. Well, I think so as well. I think it's great and stuff, so. And I should say nobody said word one about them in the last, like, say, decade. Because people were saying word one about it back in 2004 or whenever when I first came up with the idea. I did just see there's a device out there that somebody's selling. It's sort of like a one-way mirror that you attach to the side of your phone, and you sit it on the table, and then you bring up a picture on your phone, and the mirror is at like an angle like this, so that when you're looking straight down, you can draw underneath the mirror, and it sort of reflects the image on your phone. So in other words, it's like the old devices that they used in the late 1800s, the projectors. I don't know if you knew about that, but they had these projectors where they would take a photograph and they would project it onto a wall, and then the artist would draw the outline or draw in all the details, you know, where the eyes are, where the nose is, and stuff like that, and maybe even shadow information and things like that, and then just effectively paint by number at that point in time. And that was how some of those late 1800s paintings that everybody's like the proportions are absolutely accurate here, and it's because they were using a photograph and or a real person and
Huh.
casting their shadow up, or casting their image up onto a wall where they just hang a canvas and then trace the lines and stuff like that.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I remember seeing that. They did that, like Da Vinci and all of them used to do that.
Yeah, same thing with Da Vinci and things like that.
I think ancient Greece before then they did it too.
Yeah, it's an old.
It was a pinhole
well-worn
technique thing. It was like
Mhm.
when the sun hit a certain spot, they were able to finally do a whole mural, or at least get the base lines down, so then come in afterwards and just paint. Because that was that painting class I was in, that digital figure painting class I was doing. That was one of the things I remember we were talking about, and that my teacher was like, "Yeah, people used to do this all the time." I was like, "What?" I'm like, that far back? And then he showed us pictures and like how it actually was demonstrated. I was like, "Oh, okay, never mind. I understand now."
Yeah.
What Brian say? And what's this about? I got too fast. I go too fast. Huh?
I'm starting to wonder if Kane's calling himself out all of a sudden.
I think he is. I think it's something that Kaya does a lot, is call themselves out.
Right?
I'm like, you think I'm too fast? I'm like, I never said that.
Yeah, right? Right? Like we weren't even talking about you. But now we are.
I was behind on the stream.
But we weren't even talking about you behind. But now we are.
I mean, I there is a thing about speed, but there is also a thing about quality.
Yeah, that's always that's the trade-off. Like
There is such thing as
pages.
shortcuts. Oh,
Yeah.
Oh wow, you're way behind. Oh damn.
No, what I said was I was on Reddit, and there was a subreddit.
I was laughing at Kayed because they were talking about comic artists just filling pages. I was like, wow, you're way behind if you're that far back.
That's all right. You can miss the stream tonight, Kat. I was about to compliment you on your work, though. I love your work. Just saying. Anyway, but no, what we were talking about, Can, was this guy, or I was on one of these comic subreddits, and they posted two covers from the same artist, but two different comics. So one was like Spider-Man and the other one was Spider-Gwen. So two different comics, and the character on the front was in the exact same pose, two different characters but the same pose. So clearly he traced one to make the other. And somebody in the thread had said comic artists aren't paid to make art, they are paid to prevent a page from being blank. And I was like, ouch. And that really like affected the way I thought of things, just making sort of the shift in my brain of, ooh, that's a solid
artists.
Because I often think when I'm doing my artwork, when I'm doing my comics, I'm thinking, who am I serving here? Which master am I serving? Am I serving my artist master, or am I serving the story?
Who do you serve?
And sometimes, if you want to get this story out anytime before you die, and I have like 2,200 pages still ahead of me in this story. And if I want to get it out before I die, the master that I serve is to the art, or is to the story, not to the art. In other words, I was like, oh, I never thought of it that way, but am I being served? I never thought of it that way, but that makes total sense. And it's completely logical. I hadn't thought about that. Purser. Are you out there, Brent? Yeah, you are.
Are you alive, Brent? Are you alive?
Brent,
Did you die?
on a ship, person who gives you quarters and things like that, the quartermaster, or would I call him a purser?
Purser?
Yeah, purser is more for like a civilian ship, I
Oh,
believe.
I was like,
But
do they
if you
carry
think
the purse?
we only have one person on board, I'm a slave to the pages. I actually kind of like that quote, Can. I'm a slave to the pages. So there's only one person on board the Kittiwake who's in charge of clothing, quarters, making sure you're assigned a place to sleep, a bunk, things like that. There's only one person on board who's got that job. And
that's your purser.
Yeah. So do I want to call him quartermaster or purser? Because I feel like it's more inclusive than a quartermaster. Supply chain. Yeah, there'd be an S2. Yeah, I think you're right. Quartermaster. Yeah, purser seems to be money. Oh, I'm sorry, S3 or S4.
That's what I was saying when you said purser.
S4.
I'm thinking someone that like
S2 is intel. Secretly,
they call the purser because they have the purse. They have all the money.
Purse, right? Oh, hey, she's calling early. I'll be back in a minute.
Is that the wifey?
Yep, it is.
Nice. Have fun. Love you. Bye bye. Ew. Aww. Alright, I'll be right back. I gotta grab more coffee. Cool. What'd I miss? So you're doing the whole working and watching us, Brent? The usual. Sounds like Kate was getting ready for a meeting. I'm guessing that's a meeting for tonight. I don't know which one it is. Kane was trying to get caught up with stream. What time did you go to bed, Kane? I should be making a mood board. That's not terrible. But when you're not used to it, it definitely messes with you. That's fair, Kane. That's, yeah. There was a time. Same here. There was a time when I was actually able to do that. I stayed up to like 2 Friday night last night because it was my friend's birthday. When I woke up, I regretted every minute of it. It's like, why did I do this to myself? colors and everything put together. Alright, that should be good. It's a decent mood board. Alright. So when I say mood board, it's this. And everybody else that's probably on here's already seen it, but yeah. Pull pictures that actually kind of keep where you want to be at. So you can kind of keep that color, keep that theme, have something to look at. Yeah, mood board. That is a program called PureRef. It is awesome. It is free. It is PUREREF. I've been using it for a while. I don't remember where I got it, but yeah, I think last time I checked, it was free online. So.
Sorry about that.
That's fine. You were doing white things.
Yep, they were. Every day my wife calls to talk to me while she transfers from one school to the other because she works at 2 schools.
Yeah.
And so she calls to just chat with me on the drive. It's a great time because most of the time we have our kiddo with us. And so you can't really say, hey, how should we handle this situation? I don't know. I think we should do this.
Uh-huh.
And you can't really do that because then the kid's like, no, don't do that. Do this. So it started
Putting in
as
his
this is
2
a
cents,
great time to talk without him overhearing us. And then it's just moved on to a fun tradition that we like to do, and it just makes sure that we talk to each other every day.
That's a good
Some days
tradition.
are just so busy,
I get that. But that's also pretty cool that you guys do that, though.
Yeah. All right. There we go. Inside joke for Brent.
Just
there.
for
I've added
nobody else.
Alex says, so Dad wasn't very good at his star charts. There. Just a hidden joke for Brent right there.
Brent loves star charts, I thought.
Right? Exactly. He loves the star charts.
I thought star charts were his favorite episodes here.
I get in trouble. Yep. No more star charts.
All the star charts. For now.
Yep.
Maybe later we'll let you go back to it. But until then.
Right. Until next time. All right. Oh, I'm confused, aren't I?
Are you?
Mm-hmm.
Are you confused?
Clearly I thought this page was on a different part of the story.
Is it the wrong layer?
No. No, I'm going over to the purple scene. Now I did the red scene. Now we do the purple scene, and since it's red and purple, we have to do the dun, 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 ding, right? And we've done the little thing where the Autobot logo comes up and flips and becomes the Decepticon logo. We've gone from red to purple. I'm easily entertained.
Good. What?
Yeah, you're like, that's good, guy. Good job. Yeah, well done. Sure. Okay. So what I'm going to do here is Chang is talking to the president about reinforcements. And she says, Destroyer Squadron 214 is en route and will be here in 4 weeks. There are 2 freighters. One is closer and will be here by tomorrow. And then the president says, suppose the Commonwealth shows up. That's better. And she says, then we'll talk. And he goes, talk? It's the Commonwealth, not the Weirn. We can talk this out. We can be civil. There we go, that's what it should be. There we go. That gives a little bit of background. Hey, Mac. What's up? Ooh. What's your avatar? All right. So yesterday, oh, they're not ready to be given to you. I didn't know you were waiting on them right now. I can make them ready for you really quick. Just chilling. We are working on I'm scripting, and below me Colton's working on thumbnails. And now finally going into painting.
Got some painting tests, yeah.
He's going into painting at this point, and he also sounds like a robot, and so that's a thing.
Oh no.
Yeah, you've been robotic for a little while.
Oh, fun.
Oh, it's I totally can. The problem, Brent, is that I was going to change the text so it doesn't say Howard Cosell and stuff. I just need to do that real quick. A whole bunch of names need to be made up real quickly, and then I can do that for you, which I can do in a second after I'm
Better.
done working on this. Yeah, because I mean it's still like the whole Sarah Silverman one is referencing Justin Bieber and stuff, so we've got to change some of those jokes. So if you're wondering what the heck happened, I had this brilliant idea to have ChatGPT generate random articles of news articles that exist in the Bellatrix Rising universe. And then I was just going to have it post those articles on a website as if you were reading live news every day. Right? So that was cool. It was a lot of fun. I came up with some interesting articles. I had to refine sort of my prompt to get the stuff that I was looking for. But then I decided I wanted to kind of fill out the version of football that they've got in the future, which is called Kaitak. So this was fascinating. I front loaded the AI with the rules of Kaitak and then told it to write me a fictitious report on a game between two of the teams. And it totally did. Like, was explaining what happened, and then the goalie did this, and then the striker did that, and they were up 3 points, and then blah blah blah. And it was like, wow, that was, it just made up this entire game that happened. And that was fascinating. So I had it do the ladder. So it did all of the teams against each other and who was playing who and who won and by how many points. And then I had it do a play-by-play report on each game. There were 25 games. And then finally I discovered that I could say, give me a game report on a fictitious game between, A team and B team in the style of Howard Cosell. And it totally wrote it like Howard Cosell had written it. Well, that wasn't good enough. Then I tried Johnny Carson. So then it told a whole bunch of stupid jokes and gave a report on the game. Then I told it Sarah Silverman, and then it told a whole bunch of off-color jokes that were really, really, really freaking funny. But appropriate. I mean, inappropriate, because Sarah Silverman's notoriously inappropriate. But like some of the things it said were riotous. It was like, this game was more exciting than the last time I watched a baby seal get eaten by a baby polar bear. Except this was much more interesting, And it was like, dude. Then it was like, the team came out of halftime like a whole bunch of horny teenagers at a Justin Bieber concert. This is like, it was such a freaking riot. It was like really funny. And I was laughing, and I was just like, I'm sure that those are probably standard jokes for her that it just picked somewhere. But damn, that was good. You know what I mean? It was like wild. I settled in with everybody else later on because I wanted it to sound still, not to draw too much attention to itself, because this is a side thing. This isn't supposed to be part of the plot of my story. So it's not intended to be, real. I mean, it's what I want to do is just have it posting something every day that sort of just shows that the universe of Bellatrix Rising is alive. You know what I mean? Like, it just has things that happen. There was a construction accident here, and over here somebody has found a new mix of fuel for engines, and over, you know what I mean? Like, just giving a feel that the universe is moving. And so that's what Brent is working on. Is he went on ahead and picked up the domain for that, and is going along and just wants to set it up so that it can do these things. So that's what Brent is talking about. I had forgotten that, got up this morning, sat down here, and started working on scripting. Yeah. So I'm working now on Bellatrix Rising again. All right.
Is that better, by the way, or is it bad still?
Whoa, you really broke up there. What?
Oh, apparently it's not better.
No, not really. Astronet .online. Yep. And that's what we decided we were. Let me double check it by opening this picture so you can double check the spelling. Make sure you spelled it correctly. Because it would be silly for us to not do this. If he picks up this domain, which I think he can, then this can be, the Astronet is the internet. I don't know. Right? Aren't I arting hard enough? I think the actual question that I generally have at this point in time, Kayan, is maybe I'm not arting hard enough. If I'm not seeing any of the spammers, then it probably means that I'm not high profile enough. So, Brent, let me finish rewriting this scene so it doesn't look, it's mismatched. Anytime you say thinking what I'm thinking, the answer automatically is, I think so, brain. But what are we going to do with all this later, Hosen? I mean, we can't not do that, right? I think so, brain. But where will we find rotten cheese at a time like this? Like, the best part about that is, like, that's the there's a specific trope to that joke. There's a name for
a lot
it.
to those jokes, but yeah.
No, I mean, like, there's a name for that specific joke.
Oh, is there?
It's the, because it's the same one as, you know, the scene starts and somebody says, and then the doctor says, that's not my banana, you know, and it's the same thing. You don't necessarily,
Same concept,
you don't have to know what's in front of it. It's wait. It's the name of that flying trapeze group or whatever. That's the name of it. And we call it the. Oh well.
Oh well. Doesn't matter.
Anyway, I can't.
We'll figure it out.
It's. I study these because I love doing the tropes for it. It makes doing Springs comics easy because I've got a random generator that just randomly generates and says, make a joke on this trope, you know, and then make a joke on this trope, and then make a joke on this trope, and it gives me a little bit of a prompt. And if I don't want to make a joke on that trope, I'll just hit random again, you know. But if I don't have something lined up whenever I need to draw a comic of Springs, which I will be doing next Monday, just so you guys know, then I actually think I might do this Sunday night, do the Springs comics Sunday nights. You are awesome, Brent. There we go. How big, Brent? How big of a image do you want? I think so, Brain. Why are we going to find a duck in a house at this hour? Do you listen to Postmodern Jukebox?
Me?
Yeah.
No.
No.
I don't know what it is.
It's a group that does YouTube videos, but they're a band. And what they
Okay.
often do is take popular songs and do them in different styles.
Oh, cool.
You know, they'll take, like, for example, they'll take, I don't know, Michael Jackson's Bad as a 1940s torch ballad, so big band, and they'll get like some torch singer girl to sing the words. And it's still the same song, but it's this wild, like 1940s torch cover. And it's really cool. But one of the songs they did was The Pinky and the Brain.
Oh, really?
So it's this slinky lady in this beautiful red dress, and she's, the pinky, and the brain, and then in the middle of the song, it's been this like this beautiful like 20s flapper song or something. And in the middle of the song, it goes into a little vamp where it's just doing the instrumental, and you see that they're in this bar, and at the bar are these two guys cleaning glasses. And they start talking to each other, and it's the voice actors of Pinky and the Brain. And so
Nice.
they're like, the one of them starts going, "We're stuck here every night, you know that, right? And we can't go anywhere." And the other one's like, "Well, I know, Brian, but where else would we go at this time of hour?" It's like they're both doing it. It's just so awesome.
That sounds like a good time.
Width 180 and height 720. Well, no. That's I'm just saying for the construction. I'll give you a construction sign. Right? Astronet.online. Well, it's because nobody wants online, but it works perfectly for me. Because astronet.online can be literally what the astronet says when it's online. And when astronet online is offline, it becomes astronet.offline in the comic. I know. I want to. You know what? I'll just make a generic size. Jeez. Oh yeah. No. I don't want one that says that. This will be in story. So hard. like this is much funnier. Why are you not seeing that? Why am I frozen?
Oh, you are frozen. Am I still
I am
robot?
frozen solid. You're not a robot, but I am
That's good.
definitely frozen. That's really weird. I'm wondering why Brent isn't responding to what I'm writing. That's clearly the problem. Hang on. Time for me to kick.
Reboot.
Oh, yeah. OBS is locked up. Hardcore. That's fine. I shall end its task. And then restart it in a second. Because it is locked. Super locked. There we go. Poof. And then we have to double load it. There we go.
Welcome back
Thank you. To the stage of history.
to the stage.
Did you ever play Soul Calibur?
Long time ago, but yeah.
Remember the first thing that you'd select your player or your fighters, and then you start the game, and as it was doing the little like pan around both fighters, and they're doing their little warm ups and stuff, the announcer goes, "Welcome back to the stage of history."
Yeah, I forgot about that. Yeah.
All right, so this
God, I
is
haven't played Soul Calibur in forever. Now that I think about it,
I
Jeez.
love Soul Calibur. It's one of my favorites.
It was fun. I had a good time with it. Like, I enjoyed fighting games. Don't get me wrong. It's just, there'd never been like the game I really like sought after. If that makes sense.
Yeah, no, it makes total sense.
Especially when like I started making friends and they were on the competitive side of it. I was like, okay, I'm not having fun anymore.
Right, this isn't fun anymore. That's my problem.
I was like, you guys just want to like prove who's better. I really don't care. I just wanted to have fun.
I got to the point where, as I grew up, I wasn't really hot on competition anymore. I'm not a competitive sort,
Uh-huh.
and so it became more of a problem
Later on.
as I grew older. Because it was like everybody wanted to fight, and I'm like, eh. And I don't like those games as much anymore. Now, I mean, like my gaming now consists of Kerbal and Sims.
I was actually just playing that yesterday.
The Sims or Kerbal?
The Sims.
Yeah.
And that is just because I found out it was the base game is free.
Yes, it is.
And that's why I was like, oh, I'll
Because
finally
they
give
charge
Sims a
freaking
try. And then I
$60
realized like the things that I
for
want to
it.
do are expansions.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. They charge $60 a pop for all those expansions.
I was like, I get it now. I'm like, that's actually not a bad marketing strategy
No,
because
it's not.
the base game, you can still just play what the game is The Sims. You want to do all the extra stuff, you just pay extra. Which really, when you look at it, their expansions really aren't that terrible. And you get a lot of content.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah. I've got a number of expansions. I got the Japanese expansion and Get to Work expansion. Now I kind of want to play Sims.
Is the Get to Work one where you actually go to work?
Yeah. It's got a number of jobs that you can do.
Yeah.
And you go to work, and then you can actually have him, like the boss assigns you this task. I mean, honestly, legitimately, you're playing Sims, so you're already kind of into the idea of simulating real life to some degree.
Yeah.
And so it's like most of them.
No, and I totally get that part. That's why I was like, I'm kind of curious. Because like got my character to go to work, and I was like, cool. And I was like, oh, I don't get to go to work?
Yeah.
Like, I'm kind of disappointed in this. I wanted to see what they did. And then I was like, oh, there's actually an expansion so you could actually go work at work.
Yeah. They've
And there's like the city and all that other
Google
stuff. Like, you
Maps.
can actually go travel to the city and all that. I'm like, okay, they've definitely set it up right.
I mean, it depends. Like I said, it depends on your
Yeah.
your level of interest.
Right. Well, it's like you said, it's a simulator. Simulator.
Yep, simulator. Simulator.
Simulator.
Uh-huh. I'm easily entertained. But you have known that.
But yeah, that's why I was like, that's kind of cool. All right, I get it now.
This. And then effectively we are making a blue screen. Here is the B-sod. There we go. You cannot connect to the net at this time. Generally, this is because of the following problems. 1. Your spacecraft is too far away from a repeater station. 2. You are in high-density H1 clouds. 3. Your communication system is offline. There we go. A cute little gimmicky thing to have us post on the website so that you can just see that for the moment the net's off. I probably should put the logo on here though.
No, Brent. You can't leave till we leave.
Right?
Wait, what? Oh my god. Oh.
What?
So, my rough draft paper, I turned in late last week because on Sunday, I overwhelmed myself because I didn't have 3 topics to it.
Right.
So I overwhelmed myself. I was so just like, this is not going to get done. I can't figure out what I need to do, blah, blah. So I totally overwhelmed myself till Monday and just said, F it.
Yep.
Which sucks is because it's exactly what I did last year. And the reason why I failed this class was because I overwhelmed myself so much. But it's because it's written papers and I don't do well as written papers. But after, and then I just made what I had afterwards on a Monday morning, which is when technically a day late. It was 8 hours late. Because I submitted 9 o'clock in the morning. And I got an F for the assignment because it was late.
Right. Makes sense.
But I'm looking at this now. Since I did the proper everything on it, she actually changed my grade from an F to a C.
To a C?
Yeah.
Not bad.
And I was like, oh, okay.
You were like, I was waiting for that one to just trash it.
Well, I mean, so I didn't look at anything until Tuesday, which was yesterday. And yesterday when I was talking to you guys, like I was freaking out a little bit on the inside. I was like, I can't afford to fail this class again. I've effed up real bad.
Right.
Like I was freaking out a little bit, and like my whole day, I was all over a little bit. Like I just was not fully there. Or where I should be, you know.
Yeah.
But yeah, I was having a day, a little bit. But yeah, I just looked at it today, and she changed the grade to a C because I did all the right avenues.
Well, that's actually
Like just because it was late, yes, I should be giving you this grade. But since I re-looked at it, and you did everything you were supposed to, it's all avenues. You're just gonna lose a lighter grade. And I was like, oh. So it's actually a B, but it's a C.
right.
So I am, because this is also how this class kind of works. It gives it a generic grade at the beginning, and then she kind of goes through at the end. And I guess by Wednesday is when we get actually all of our critiques. So not freaking out as bad anymore.
Right. Not quite as dead.
But if I can get this paper fully written this week, then I don't really have to worry that much next week, and I can just focus on this art piece and getting this where I want it, you know?
Mm-hmm.
But also, if I get a lot of this done, it gives me something I can go talk to my teacher about on Thursday when we do our critique. Our meeting. I'm like, cool, I want this to be 100%. I want this to go industry. Like, how do I get there? Tell me what I need to do. You know?
Yeah. Real quickly, Brent, I just put that offline picture in the folder. So this one
Brent's at
just
lunch.
says Astronet offline.
Or did he not go to lunch yet? I thought he went to lunch.
Yeah, he came back. And the Brent came back the very next day, and the Brent came back. Oh. Brent is doing, he picked up astronet.online, and so that we can now put a Bellatrix Rising website there, which makes sense.
Yeah, that's what you
The
were saying.
Astronet is like the thing in Bellatrix is like the internet for us.
I remember you talking about like how Brent was kind of got you like a whole website and everything to get this going.
Yeah, he's been really cool.
I was like, oh, that's awesome. That's nice.
Well, he got us a website too, because we're actually out there too.
Yeah, I didn't realize it was already live. I know he hit me up one day and he was like, hey, how's this sound? I was like, can you put something in here for this? He's like, yep. I'm like, okay, cool.
Right.
And then I think that's when we got onto the whole topic about the whole AI, not AI, the super realistic video game that
Oh yeah.
I was like, what the heck? What is this? So yeah. But yeah, if I can get, I'm gonna see if I can get like a few paint overs done today, because I'm gonna go with 8 and 9. I'm gonna do some quick paint overs, do some color corrections, see which ones I really like and what I want to go with, and then Thursday kind of present them to my teacher. I'm like, all right, which one should I go with? Like, which one do you think will be better but also coming from an art director side,
Right.
what would you choose?
Which do you think you're most likely to take if you needed this for a project?
If this was more than just a project, yeah.
Yeah. Well, no, that's what I mean. Is like, I have hired Colton to be my dude doing the thingy. And so, which one's the one you're most likely to use?
Right.
At least make it look nice.
That makes me so much happier. Oh, fuck.
You didn't just trash that, yeah.
Yeah, I thought I just destroyed my whole grade.
Right.
Man, they are pushing this show. Damn.
Which show?
The fashion show for the graduation. So graduation this year for the fashion, or for the fashion department, is always a fashion show. It's a runway.
Right. Makes sense. I mean,
And literally for the past 3 weeks, I've been getting emails from our school about the fashion show, graduation fashion show, because they're doing it live stream. And I'm like, this is the most you guys have ever pushed this since I've been here. What the heck is going on? It's awesome. But at the same time, this is a lot. You know?
Right.
I still want to go see it, don't get me wrong, but it's kind of cool that they're actually promoting it, but at the same time, I've never had this kind of promotion for this before. It's kind of weird. Not used to it. But also the other reason why I'm so kind of determined on a lot of this stuff too is because I don't know if you remember, but did I tell you that our school does a big huge show that industry people come and see and all that stuff?
No.
Oh. So for students, they do a big show every year called the Spring Show. And you have to submit your work and get approved. It's a whole competition pretty much between the students. But at the end of it, you get to show your work off to industry professionals. That's pretty much the whole point of it. They'll invite all the professionals that they know, hey, we got all these coming through. If you want to come look at them, please do. A lot of people get internships and critiques, professional critiques and all that through this show. And I submitted, in my department, I submitted 4 pieces and they all got shot down.
Oh.
I submitted some more to the fine arts department, and just because I really liked them and I wanted to show them off, but I haven't heard anything back from them yet.
Right.
And that's the part I'm all over the place. So yeah, it's kind of But yeah, I was very disappointed. That dragon piece I did, that ice dragon.
Mm-hmm. I like that one. That's good.
Yeah,
piece.
it didn't make it through.
That's a bummer. That is a hot piece.
Did you see the finished piece?
Nope.
Oh no. Give me one sec.
It was pretty hot coming up where you were, though.
Yeah, I'll show you here. Hold on. Would be projects. I think it was a GSC.
Not the
Colossal
naked pictures. You can't show the
remains.
naked pictures. Oh wait.
I know, that's I'm like, which one was it again?
Which one's the naked pictures? That'll get us.
Make sure.
No.
Oh yeah, there you go.
Oh, nice. Damn.
That's what I submitted.
See, that's hot. I like that piece.
And I was actually surprised it didn't get through. Or at
Yeah.
least like a submission. I was like, what? Like I thought I did really well with that, and then apparently not enough to try and get people to look
Impress
at it.
anybody else? Yeah, I know.
I was like, wow, okay. Never mind then. Jeez.
Right.
Where do we go from here? Yeah, I submitted a lot of stuff. Like, what else did I submit? So I remember now. Hold on. Let me. All right, we're just gonna go to my school folder because I remember I created a whole folder for this. Where's the spring show? There it is. All right. So yeah, these are the ones that I submitted for this school. That Star Wars one.
Oh yeah. I like that one.
I submitted that. That didn't make it apparently. My Kim
That was
Jong-il
cool.
portrait. And then that one. Oh wait, there's the finished right there. There we go.
Right. A little bit darkened.
I even added like a little tiny boat in the corner or something. I was like, no, fine, be that way. And then I also submitted like a 3D model, but for some reason, it's not in that folder.
Right.
Like the 3D model, I didn't think was gonna make it, but I just put it in there just because it was my better one out of the school year. But yeah, that's why I was like, dang. All right. Now I'm curious what got through this year. I was looking at last year's stuff that went through, and I was like, all right, I should be able to get some of these through. And apparently not.
I like this piece too. It's got a very Savannah, but not Savannah feel to it. The trees are very Savannah.
Say
I
what?
dig it. I'm just digging the trees. That's all. On this.
Oh, my
piece.
trees?
Yeah.
Savannah tree. Oh. I get it.
Yeah, let's see if this reads better. Alrighty. Doctor says it's about the girl. Chang says word around the water cooler is she wants to leave. Doctor says yes. Chang says she's over the age of majority, Doc. No family. She can make her own calls. Doctor says yes. She's past puberty. It's not that. I know you saw it too. And Chang stops. Chang says she's a teenager. It's kind of natural to hold information back. And Doc says, So I ran a few tests and she has mutations. Chang says, mutations? Doc, we all have mutations. And Doctor says, no. These are mutations humans had right up until the Neo-Gothi protocol. Degenerative brain diseases, certain body hair, and mutative cell disorders. Chang says, wait, you're saying she has cancer? Doctor says, no, she's healthy. She just has the genes for cancer. Chang says, well, we knew that she was a drifter. She's been out there for a while. And the doctor says, Skip, but we imposed the Neo-Gothi protocols right after we rescued the humans from Earth. That says it pretty well. I think that's feeling like the doctor's onto something, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Would we call them something like origin people, or what would we call people who that first generation from Earth? What would we call them?
Control H. No, that's not what I wanted. Thank you.
There we go. I think that's even better too. There we go. So now we come out of that. Okay, we knew that she was a drifter doc. She's been out there for a while. And then the doctor says, Skipper, we imposed the Gothi protocols right after we rescued the humans from Earth. Chang says, so she's... Doc says, Skipper, I think the girl is from Earth itself. Chang, you mean before we left? And then Doc says, before the Titan War. Chang says, you feeling okay? The doctor says, Skipper, do the math. How far is Earth from here? And Chang's like, wow, I don't know, 340 light years, give or take? Doc, and how fast would she have to go to get here 500 years later? Chang, 60% the speed of light. Doc, and how many years is that on board? Stop. Chang doesn't want to believe this. And then the doc says, she looks great for a girl of 380, doesn't she? So, in other words, there's no way she could have relativistically traveled between Earth and Moment. And that explains it better in these blocks of text all around here. That is a much more simple and easy way to deal with that. It's less chunky, and I still got the technobabble out. Look at me. Whoa, I'm awesome. We were watching an episode of Next Gen last night. My wife and I, we've been going through and rewatching all of Star Trek Next Gen. And we watched an episode last night, and it was an episode that was clearly written by a bunch of science nerds, because the technobabble was laid in so thick.
Mm-hmm.
It was like, it's peanut butter jelly time, peanut butter jelly time. And the technobabble was so intense. They just sat there and just, it was brutal. It's kind of fun. But yeah. So we've got 2 impact points that the doc is trying to make. And I feel like we need to add I feel like the you feeling okay needs to be something else. Like, oh, you've joined that cult, you know.
You've joined that cult.
Well, like, there will be always the mythologies of things. Like, they've had a mythology forever, I'm sure, that, humans... because anybody coming from Earth before the rescue, the diaspora, before that time, it would be like talking about spaceships helping the Mayans build pyramids. You know what I mean?
Right.
Like, oh, you believe that crap. Oh, that there were humans leaving Earth before the Titan War. Gotcha. You're one of those people.
You're one of those people.
You believe Sasquatch is also hanging out outside the ship too. We got to kind of come up with something like that, because that
all right, so that's
another day, another humans left.
There we go.
Ready? There we go. Ah, another day, another humans left the Earth before the Titan War theory. That makes it. All I need to do is just alert my readers that the Titan War, nobody left the Earth before the Titan War. Except that there are at least 4 people that we will meet throughout this series that have left the Earth before the Titan War. But I like the fact that I've set up the theory that that doesn't exist. And they keep finding them. How do we keep digging up people that left Earth before the Titan War? That's going to be funny.
Not portals. Which one was this? Oh, the layers of hell. There it is.
Purgatory.
Yeah. No, I was trying to find. I'm going to start doing this picture now. But I'm looking for some more references, and I did a picture back in the day that I was like, I really liked what I did, and I kind of want to see if I can reinterpret that again.
Mm-hmm.
At least the color scheme, at least, it was really nice. All right. I'm going to go take a break and do lunch.
Yep. I am actually thinking. I think I'm going to probably call it too. We've been on for 4 hours and 19 minutes. So
Yeah.
I feel like we've done good work today. I've got 2 more hours tonight and then I actually think I may have buttoned up issue 2, which is good because I really needed to button this thing up. This had a lot of the techno babble and oh, my camera doesn't work. That's
Just lost it all.
Yeah, you just look at the Eagle Nebula, guys. Just saying, it's the Eagle Nebula. Look, kids, Eagle Nebula.
Eagle nibs.
So, yeah, I will. But anyway, I managed to get quite a bit of this done, and that's good. I'm proud of that. So, cool. Well, then, my friend, I will see you later. Thanks for joining me. Maybe you
Yeah,
can join me
anytime.
tonight if
Thank
you're
you,
still
guys.
running if you want, or you can join me tomorrow, or you can join me
If
whenever.
I'm up tonight, I'll come hang out. If not, I'll be here tomorrow morning, probably.
Yeah. If not, obviously.
Yeah, pretty much.
Cool. Well, then, everybody, thank you for joining me today, and I'll see you this afternoon. And as always, keep your eyes on the stars. Good night. Bye.